by our political principals and the shareholders. And the next group will follow immediately after that. We will have about 5 to 10 minutes distance in between, so that we can be able to have it as smooth as possible. So what we will do is that there is someone who's going to guide the tour, and in that process we will be able to interact with the employees that are working. However, this is what I suspected. I really suspected this. So what I'm going to ask is that we cooperate, especially when it comes to safety aspects. That is very much important. We definitely would want that you either go back home the same way you came or better off, and with no disadvantage whatsoever. So let's stick to all the safety regulations as we are guided by our tours. And there will be an opportunity also to interact and to ask questions if there are questions that would want to ask. So now, in the main, only 2 groups that are going to go in. The first group of about 30, and the second group, it will be the group of about 30 as well. Thank you very much. As soon as the minister comes out, we will give guidance. We will go straight down the road, that is the Spine Road. Then at the entrance there, we will clearly divide ourselves after we have taken photos, clearly divide ourselves. The first group will go in, the second group will get their own briefing, then they will follow the first group. Thank you very much. I?
Like we going to be like this.
Okay, can I ask you then to stop here? Just stop here? Okay. Can we have the media? The guys who are supposed to be in the picture, just go this way. Those are taking the shot. Guys, can we please stop here? We're gonna stop here. We don't follow, please.
The government work is
Yeah, they will not follow. They will not follow. They will not follow.
So we are going to take one step forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then I'll come. This is group number 1. Yeah. Here's the CEO.
What's the service? Come. What's the
Where's the speaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chabiso. Chabiso. Maybe introduce yourself. Yeah.
Okay, now I want us to start with the thing.
She wants to introduce the team, please, Chabiso. So this is Chabiso is in charge of production. He's going to try and introduce the team that you do.
Good everyone, you are welcome. My name is Tabiso Kumako. I'm the head of rolling stock manufacturing. So with me, I've got very capable ladies that will be taking you through the tour. This is Ntsebe Musia. She's the senior manager for Carbody Shell. And then we have our head of planning, Mahadi Funeka. So they will be in charge of the tour. So Mahadi will lead group 1 together with Musia. I will lead group 2. Welcome. And please, this first workshop requires that we have our earplugs because it's quite noisy. But once we get to the next workshop, it's okay to take them off. All right, so let's please be with the tour guides. And for media, please, let's not go closer to the machines. It's quite dangerous. Thank you very much. You will be able to hear us leadership. Thank you.
Daniel, can you increase the volume to max? Yes. Let's try to keep the walkway. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Let's just make some space for the other teams to come through. Am I audible? Good morning, everyone. As Tabiso introduced, my name is Ntebeng Musia. I'm the production manager for car body shell. So I will be taking you through the sub-assemblies of the car body shell. So this is our first process where actually the real job of how we actually produce a train starts. So this is the profile area of our subsection area. So just behind us, I know there are, just behind us, we have our coils where actually most of our components actually start from. Am I audible? That most of our process actually starts from. We manufacture our parts from stainless steel coils that are locally supplied by Columbus stainless steel. Okay?
The cameras. You must not take camera inside.
Okay. All right. We can then maybe proceed, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we can stop here. So this is our press machine operation where we actually, thank you. Am I audible now? Thank you. Okay. So this is our press machine operation just behind us.
Can you first make an announcement?
Okay, can I just make a 1-minute announcement to the media? In terms of our equipment, can we please refrain from taking photos and videos regarding on our equipment? Thank you. But we will guide you guys where to actually take photos. So I will actually introduce you to one of our success stories. She's an operator, an artisan operator that is multiverse in operating all the sections in this area. Her name is Julia. So I just wanted for us to just please know her. Julia. Okay, maybe we'll meet her we will meet her as we go along. Thank you.
Maybe explain what you're making here because I still don't know exactly what you're doing.
Okay, Basma Lapaya. Okay, we can stand here. Okay. So with the coil, I just wanted to high level explain our process. So with the coil, we actually draw it. This station is called the draw bench, where we actually form the profile that we are actually using on the trains as components. So as you can see, these are some of the corrugations that are coming from our coil that are actually made for the roof. So I will just take, Julia will take us through. She's one of our artisan operators. She will take us through to what she does at this area and how has basically Gibela benefited her. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julia Khadima. I'm a qualified boiler maker. I started with Gibela from 2017, and then I was one of a few who were taken abroad to Brazil to get some training and experience in how to make our trains. Now I'm doing TOT, the transferring of technology to the other new guys who are joining Gibela. And I'm working in profile. I am qualified in all the stations in profile area, from 1010 pulling our long profiles to 1020, cutting them into size, punching holes, for an example, side seals and roof rails. And then to 1030, where we're welding our roof corrugations, and then to 1040, where we're cutting with profile. It's been a great experience joining Gibela. Thank you.
Julia never grows, is always shorter. So one of the things that make me come to Gibela is to showcase my height, whether I'm growing or not, and I measure myself against her. But this is one of the important stories, and the Premier asked me to come forward. One of the important stories of this factory. Women, young, up front. So you don't make it. This is real incubation, trained with the belief that the skills must remain in our country. And Julia is one example. And give her a good round of applause. And I hope as we go forward, we'll see more and more of young people and the role they play in this factory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. Okay, we may proceed. Okay.
I just need you to can you move? So when you speak, including the high contact, let's just manage that because that's no, it's because the people at the back are moving fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Is like this. It's important. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So, Minister and Premier, when we start building our car body shell, our coach, this is the first component, or this is the first primary part that we actually use to build, which is called our underframe of our coaches. So in the sub area, we make all the parts that actually form a whole entire coach. So this is where we actually start. So mainly our processes here comprises of boiler making processes and welding processes that actually combine the parts to make a proper underframe. And at the back, it's just that we have passed the station, but at the back, that is where we sub-assemble our coaches. Okay. We stop here. Yes. Okay. So these are your secondary substations that actually support your mainline stations, your primary substations. So over here in this process, this is where we actually make our end underframes. The team actually assembles it, and then we go and process it into one long underframe. So in this section as well, I have one of my team members. Her name is Tumelo, and she will be taking us through what she actually does and her contribution in making these underframes and ensuring that we are safe.
Morning everyone. My name is Tumelo Alcala. I'm a boiler maker, artisan. I've joined Gibela 2017. And same year, we had an opportunity to go to train in Brazil. So in Brazil, we gained a lot of experience of manufacturing the train. So we came back a month later, then we transferred the skills of technology to my fellow colleagues. So I'm currently in underframe, building underframes. So here are our underframes. We're building them from scratch. And we supply them to the main line where we train underframes and the panels. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Melo. She's doing a wonderful job, leaders. Okay. She's an artisan boiler maker. Yes. We may proceed. So this entire area on our left-hand side, this is where we make all the sub-components that actually contribute to all the primary components of the underframe. We make center panels in this area, but we may just proceed.
These ones, the sidewall, and the other two do a roof.
Okay. I would like us to just stop for a moment just to observe this area. So we've explained the underframe. We have explained now this area. It's where we actually make the sides of our coaches. So the process actually starts in bits and pieces of parts on our right-hand side. We actually assemble all our small components that actually make these modules. So one side of a coach is made up of 4 modules of the side, and then from the modules we will then load it onto our robots. So we need to really recognize the robots that we have, because within the Alstom community, Gibela has the highest best technology in assembling of the sidewalls. So they are normally run by robots to assemble the sides.
You know, the welding that we do here is quite important, because for a long time, paint the train. So this is actually the finished train. And time trying to make sure that things, because otherwise Plaza will reject it. So our training and skills in the school that you want to create is on the welding on stainless steel to avoid any scuffing, because when you touch it, it must be smooth. And we spent a lot of time on this process in terms of mixing the gases correctly, training the This is a skill that doesn't exist in the country. And one of the initiatives we want to do once we have a school is train people how to weld properly.
Thank you. Simala, so we'll just end here. Yeah, we'll end over here. Okay, so this is the process in terms of making our primary components of our coach. So this area, we call it the end frame sub area. So where we actually make the ends of our coaches. So as you can see, these are your ends for the coaches that will actually
Very low sugar. Either way, yeah. We're running one line, right? So you're gonna get into.
Yes. Yes. So in of buildings, I think it's a speaker. Okay. Okay, we very to just so this marks the end of our welding area, which is your cathedral. This is the third station of the cathedral. The next two stations, that forms part of our pre-fitting. So I'll now lead you to our suppliers so that we can have some interaction with our supplier. Yeah. No, we're going to remove it. Yeah, remove it, yeah. Okay. I will now hand over to one of our suppliers, Gwen.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Gwen Mahuma Madida, and I'm from a company called Remco Manufacturing. And we made this side, just the four that you see here, they're called absorbers. So basically what they do is they protect, they act like an absorber. When you go into an accident, they take the impact of the accident. I don't know what else you want me to say.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nils. I'm from a company called Global Manufacturing Solutions. Been very fortunate to have been involved in this project from the beginning. through some of the design stages. You can see some of our products that we supply to this particular project: the ceilings, the luggage racks, the baseboard ducts, the cabin doors. The cabin that we do is a joint venture with some of our colleagues, and the HV box for Abunia. This has been an amazing project in terms of generating employment. The Alstom has been absolutely fantastic in their transfer of skills. So I'm very, very excited about this project and delighted to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce you guys to one of our operators. She's got a very interesting story to tell. Her name is Taf.
Hi everyone, my name is Tafunkuna, a semi-skilled mechanical fitter based here at FT1010. My operation includes but not limited to installing the 3 kV cables, high voltage cable, saloon HVAC, pantograph. My Gibela journey is very interesting. I joined Gibela in 2018 April as an assistant operator. 2 years I was promoted to be a semi-skilled mechanical fitter. Just last week, through Gibela Skills Development, I just qualified as an artisan. So I'm excited. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So back to the program. So the 2 stations where staff works is where we start with our pre-fitting. So on this section of the building, this is where we start closing off our car body shell. At the back, we start fitting our windows, and also at the top, we start fitting all the mechanical components that she referred to. So your pantograph, the one that will attach to your catenary, our saloon HVAC, which is your cooling system inside the car. Once we are done with that, the cars are now different. The cars are sitting on what we call pony bogies. So they're now sitting on yellow tall things. So from rotating, we just pull the cars with a tow motor to the next station. So from this station onwards, right up until station number 15, we keep pulling the cars. So on the next station, this is where we start fitting our doors. So now the car is closed up, windows in, doors in. We've got covers, protective covers, to shield at the back. And what's interesting about this station and why we have this structure over here is where we start integrating our cabin. So our drivers will be sitting in what we call a cabin. We do the cabin integration on this station. So the sub-assembly for the cabin is done on the opposite, on my left. That's where we do all the sub-assembly, putting all the cables, the driver desk, so making sure that when the driver commands, everything works. Yes. So once we are done, close with its 2 stations, we will take our car into that little booth over there. That is what we call our water booth. So we make sure that there's no leaks. We don't want anybody being rained on in our car. So once we've tested, everything is fine. We check the quality of our welds. There's no leaking on our welds. We will proceed to the next building. This is where you'll follow me, and then we will meet with one of our suppliers. So we're going this way. Like, okay. So you'll just be introduced to one of our local suppliers that provides us with insulation. So insulation is what we put in once it's passed our water test. We take our cars to the next building. This is where we insulate it so that once you start fitting in the cosmetics, everybody is warm and comfortable inside the train. Yes. So how we move our cars, which is interesting. So we will pull the car out from this building, right? And then that yellow thing in front of me is called a transborder. So we will line the transborder with the tracks, pull the car, put it in the middle, and move it to whichever side we want it to go. So if we want it to go to the insulation building, we will then move the transporter to the insulation building. Or if we want to move it to the water test, we will then move the transporter to the water test, and then they will move the car inside. Thank you. So just a little bit of a detour. This is what I like to see in my capacity. This is buffer. It means it's cars in waiting for the next operation. So should anything happen in the process, be it delay due to capacity or whatever delay material, if I have these cars, then I know the guys on the other side are able to continue with operations. Okay, you introduce.
Hello. Okay, so we are Labyrinth Trading, Black Local Women Empowerment. We're currently providing the insulation. Okay. We are from Labyrinth Minister, the new local development for black women. We provide the insulation, which currently controls the temperature. Can you show him there? The temperature and the noise barrier within the train.
You manufacture yourself?
Yes.
Where do you manufacture?
In Niger.
In Niger?
Yes. Yes.
Put that in my studio.
Yes. So the impact, we've currently employed 5 women who are currently doing the cutting. It has remarkably changed a lot of things within the community.
Thank you. We will be moving to the next.
Before we move, sorry. Minister, Premier, and Executive Mayor, on the other side of the fence, the vision is to put a supplier park on the other side. So suppliers like this, small enterprises like this, that's the land earmarked for developing that, which then beefs up and extends our socio-economic value. Yes.
Okay. Okay, we will now proceed to the next building, which is our fitting building. Please follow me, and Premier, this side. Wait.
So that's what I did that 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I've always been asking when I come here, where is the supply? When is it coming?
Now for the check from Treasury.
Yeah.
From Treasury.
Yes.
Building.
Fantastic. That is what we need.
Okay, we'll go this way, Minister.
The supply and then this, and then there is
This is just a cherry picker if we've got issues, for example, with our lifting equipment. So just to get an access, height access. No, it's not part of operations.
Yeah.
Part of operation.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So have you been here ever since we've increased our capacity, the second line?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it's
planned inauguration. 25 October.
25 October. Good morning once again. So this is the fitting team. I will hand you over to Vixie, who's our head or is in charge of this building. Then you can introduce your team.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Muhammad. Hello. So that's where you see the real train. You have seen the car body share this side. So here you're going to see the cosmetics. This is my cross-functional team. We're having Nosy, the EHS. He's the one who's taking care of everything to make sure that we are safe in this building. And it's our supply chain. This one, I'm giving him challenges because we need to deliver each and every day. So he's the guy who's supporting the fitting. When you see the train, the quality of the train, this is the person that is in charge. So when we talk about the history of Gibela, Precious, she's going to talk about herself, about her journey, when did she start during this site, and how far is she for our development program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm the fitting senior manager, so I'm responsible for the operations in this workshop. I'm in electrical engineering, and then I did production management. Thank you, sir.
My name is Precious Mkwanazi. I'm from Guatemala. I started, yes. I started with Gibela in 2017. Last week on Friday, it was my 5th year with Gibela, and I'm a first employee here in fitting. In 2018, I went to Alstom, India for TOT, transfer of technology. Transfer of technology, yes. Where we went there for training, and then we came back here to transfer the technology to other employees. I came here as a semi-skilled in 2017, and today I'm an electrical fitter artisan through Gibela. Working with Gibela is such an amazing opportunity because I was chosen amongst all of the people who came to an interview. I was selected, of which I'm very grateful and honored for that. Yeah, and then I work here at 1050, where we do ceiling integration. We integrate, and then we install cables before it would be integrated in the car. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Precious. So we will all be moving towards front there, where we will see Precious's work come to life inside the car. I think we can stop here. Okay. I think we can stop right over here. So at the back, we saw where Precious is stationed. That's where we do our sub-assemblies, where we start preparing our ceiling panels. We join them together. We put the cables through, and then on this station, it's called one of the main stations. So this is one of the 15 that are counted. What we do on this station is that we will lower the car, we will integrate the ceiling, so meaning we will take those jigs, tilt them, make sure that the ceiling fits inside, and then we start doing the testing of the cables just to make sure that they're properly routed inside the car. What we do in front as well, we've got what we call underframe sub-assembly. They also feed into this station. So we fit the cables underneath the car that will hold all our heavy equipment for the cars. So all your electrical components, your high voltage boxes, your battery boxes, we start putting the sub-assembly or all the cables that will connect to them on the next station.
I think the ceiling of this train is one of the most complicated parts because it's basically got all the lights, everything you see when you're sitting on a train. So it's an integrated unit. And it's a pity because I thought you were going to show how we do it. So it's made by a company called Global Compo. And now they partnered with Nguni, which is partly our shareholders who have bought a share in that company. So we have two suppliers. These are one of the two suppliers that must go to the supplier park, because in Maritzburg it's too far, and when we're moving it here, it scuffs, it scuffs, and we have to repair it. But it's one of the most complicated parts of our fitting. It's quite interesting how they do it, because we lower the car, and then they push a robot inside, and it raises it, and we just basically screw. But it took a long time to optimize that process to get there. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll proceed to the next station. Okay. I think then it should be there. Okay, I think we'll just. Okay, I think we can just stop in between these two stations. So at the back, this is the last station where we fit all our electrical components underneath the train. What we do inside the room is that we also start laying the vinyl that will be the carpet inside your car. And the next station, which is gated, is where we start doing our point-to-point testing. So all the employees that work in this gated area, they are all qualified electrical engineers or artisans. So they do the testing, and we don't have any semi-skilled in there. So they will do the point-to-point, make sure that all the high voltage and the dielectric testing is done before we start fitting in the cosmetics inside the cab. Yeah. So we can okay, just one other thing. On this station as well, this is where we start putting the lining on the. Yeah. So we start putting the lining. Unfortunately, we don't have it here on the station to be staged. So you'll see with the next car, you will see that in front, the cabin, all the carbon steel is now covered up with what we know at the front of our train. So we do that integration over here. Okay, thank you. Can we stop here? Yeah. Okay. So that lining that I referred to earlier, you'll see that there is now a difference with our cabin structure. It now has that lining. The lights will be fitted upstream. So in the stations in front of me, that's where we start going into the interiors. So we've routed all the cables. We've laid the floor vinyl on the previous stations. We are done with our underframe heavy equipment. So what we start doing here is just the makeup for the factory or the cosmetics inside. We will cover all that foil. If you look into that car, you still see the insulation. But when you start looking at this car, there's linings that are concealing the insulation. So it starts becoming very pretty over here. We also do our installation of our seats, the handbars that we hold onto, the luggage rails that we can easily put our bags onto. So I will be leading you guys to our supplier so that you can interact with one of our suppliers. Colette, is it?
Hello, Minister.
Oh, wait.
Welcome, Minister. This is our company is called Delbeck Engineering. We have been involved in this project from inception. The first trains that were built in Brazil, our parts were exported to Brazil for the 20 train sets that were done there. Now we are here, we do all the interior for the trains, the stuff inside. Kenneth just explain the parts.
Thank you. I'm Kenneth Nanjarere, the Sheikh Manager for Delbeck Engineering. We supply the parts here, as you can see. This is the tripod. You find 18 of them in a train set. And then you have the end bars, the PMR, the backrest, and the cab access. These parts are clearly visible or external visible on the tray. So we make sure that they are of highest quality and they look beautiful because they are on the front of the eyes. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Basically, yeah. A bit background about Delbeck. Delbeck Engineering is 100% back-owned. I'm the CEO and owner of the company. So we, as I said, we've been involved in the projects from inception. And there's a lot that has happened. For example, we have a very big recruitment on interns, engineering interns. And I think we have now, through our company, we have had about nearly 20 interns that have gone through us, 60% female. And right now, most of our senior management came through our internship program. Kenneth is our Sheikh engineer. He was our intern. He started from internship and he rose in the ranks. So is Tuma as well. She is responsible for the engineering side as well. She came through the process of training. So we have an intense skills development focus within the organization. And when we took over the company, about 7 years, it was a white-owned company. We, through the help of the government, through IDC and DTI and some government agencies, we were able to then take over all the company 100%. We also, this is our focus is on trains. We also do work for people like Transnet. We build also locomotives for transport. We're involved in that project as well. And here there's still some more scope that we are looking at, like we specialize in the undercarriage, all the pipes on the undercarriage and stuff like that, and some other scope that they are also looking at for us, which is the SIAC scope. So thank you very much. I think this is who we are, and we thank you, Minister, for coming past.
Good day, Minister. We welcome you at Gibela. I'd like to briefly introduce myself. I'm Unati Shati. I'm the sourcing manager. The suppliers that you've seen fall under my division. There's one other supplier which is also an emphasis that we wanted to highlight is BFG, which was originally a supplier that was based in Bahrain. We did a full localization and we have BFG here in Johannesburg. So their parts are upstairs there because it's easy accessible for the train, but that's also one of the major suppliers that has transitioned in the project and still growing. Thank you very much for coming here.
Okay, so in front of us, we've got 2 booths. And in these booths, that's where we start doing the application, your anti-vandalism. So our train is not painted. So we start applying the stickers inside the booth. The reason for the booth is that we are avoiding any dust particles attaching to our windows or all the stickers that we will be applying. So this process is outsourced to a company, a local company. We call them GSDI. So they will print for us all the material, your prusser wheels, all the labels inside, your maps that are inside, all the stickers, emergency stickers. So that application happens here inside this booth. What is interesting, up until this point, all our cars are still sitting on the yellow pony bogies. So the next station, that is where we start dropping our car and then start putting wheels on our car. So we can just proceed to the next station. Okay. So this is a station where it all starts looking like what we are familiar with. So this is one of the cars that has been boggied. Okay, so one other interesting thing that we do on the station, we installed that black thing in Krostina. So that we call it a gangway. That will actually be connecting all 6 cars together for us to have one complete train. And it is also a door or a corridor for one to be able to move from one car to the next car. So that's what we do over on the station.
It's also a good, interesting transformation story, because we originally bought those from Germany, a company called Hubner, and then they partnered with a company here called Bello and Bus, and they used to make those bellows for the buses, and now they are transformed in South Africa.
Okay, what was also interesting is that from Trainset 100, we have started fitting in our motors from our motor factory. So the motor factory is right there where we started in the MO7 building. So all our M cars or the motor cars are the ones without the cabin or the driver's cabin. So most of these cars over here, we've started using locally produced motors from our factory. Yeah, so there is no engine in our cars, so the motor is the one that allows the cars to move forward. So after exiting the door, we will proceed to the right of the building. I will be taking you guys through to the testing facility.
Yes.
So the train is done here.
The cars are done. Then you start seeing the train.
Call it cars, yeah? And then you go to the train.
Yes, then we couple everything together of a train.
Decouple.
So we took a train to some other time here.
Yeah.
Dynamic test.
We're going to go today. We'll take you. Train number 100.
First train number 100.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is the real train number 100?
Number 100.
I think we can just...
Mabupane.
Is
I think we can just...
Yes, yeah.
Quickly, I'll just give you a brief. So you'll see on the right-hand side, we've got 2 buildings. The first building, once we are bogging, we will take our cars into that station over there. That's where we do our weighing and leveling, just to make sure that everything settles in properly, that the weight of the car is as per the customer's requirement. What we also have in there is what we call a gauge. So it makes sure that the car is within the proper tolerances and it can go underneath a bridge. So we do all the testing on that side, and that building is also used as a customer criteria point. So that once we are done with our weighing and leveling and all the documentation is done and processed, we invite the customer in. So we do have local residents for the customer, the PRASA employees that are here. They will come, they will do the quality check. Once they approve it, then we will take the cars to the next building where we start with the testing. So most of our cars, well, not most, all of our cars are facing in one direction. But we know that the cabin, we can't have two cabins facing in one direction. So in front of you over there, where there is a car, we call that a carousel. So the second half of our train, we actually rotate the cars there, and then we will take them into the next building where we'll start coupling the cars. Yes. So welcome to testing. I will leave you in the capable hands of my two wonderful colleagues. They can take us through the process.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Test and Commissioning. My name is Mashadi Sivola. I am a test and commissioning technician. Right here we're on track 1, and this is the high voltage area behind me. Okay, welcome Minister. Hi. So I'm not sure if we're gonna go through in the high voltage area, or we just remain in the side. Make sure you take nice pictures. This side we receive cars. We first receive cars single-handedly, so we have a 6-car train, as you guys know. So we first receive like a car for a train. We receive 1 car, and then we do the pre-testing, which is the integrity of the cables and a lot of stuff that you may not understand. But we do make sure things are ready, that the cars are ready to be coupled to go to the high voltage area. So on track 2 here, we don't use any high voltage. But starting from track 3, going all the other way, we use 3 kV to test the train thoroughly, so that we deliver your defect-free and quality train. So I think after that, we then hand over to this lady who deals with PRASA. So, to me.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ritu Metsimputi, and right now I am in charge of industrial quality as the final manager thereof. And then I'm also on the project side as product quality safety. So at this stage, as she has just mentioned, we receive the entire train at train level. So what we basically do in my department is ensure that the integrity of their reporting is on par and is accurate, to ensure that the train can also move under its own power. We're also looking at the aesthetic of the train as well, to make sure that it's presentable, it's easy on the eye, unlike all the past ones that we've had before, because you see how wonderful the technology it is that we have here, and the aesthetic as well. And then further added to that, on the project side, we now interface with PRASA, and that is the last stage of manufacturing in terms of handover before the train is able to move out. So what we basically do there is we complete all the tests so that they are witnessed by PRASA and they are okayed by them. And then from then on, we also do a physical inspection to ensure that even on the way and everything is okay, and that our passenger also gets the experience that we intend the train to give to them. So this is the final phase that has the eyes that actually looks at the final product before it leaves Danota. Yes, and
Yeah. We have the same requirements as Plaza from here onwards. As an OEM, obviously a bit lower because you don't carry passengers. So for things like when you go on a train like this, Mongezi, who is in charge of RSI, has to inform them that we'll put people in a train because here onwards it's a train. Before, it's all cars, incidents that happen are not reported. Hence, we are a bit particular about what happens from here. And that's why they're not allowing you guys inside. And we have the capability, obviously, we do 3 kV, and we have a switch to do 25 kV for later, which was the trains that Plaza ordered for Eastern Cape. So we will be able to test both 3 kV and 25 kV in this facility. Don't know who the hand over to for you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Mongezi Sibia. I'm the head of Department of Testing and Commissioning. I also represent Gibela when it comes to RSR. So I won't dwell much on RSR, but all I can say is that we as Gibela, these trains that we do produce, they do comply with RSR. They audited us, I think, 2 months ago, and then everything went well. So we are approved by them. Thank you.
Okay, so from here onwards, we'll just proceed to the end of the building where I will usher you to the train.
That's the guy. That's the guy.
I can't forget that chap. He's so serious. Yeah.
It's very difficult
and
for
he
me.
is the one who, most of these young engineers here, ne?
Yes, they need to write a test.
I remember.
But I have mastered
Guy
this.
who certifies.
I have mastered the skill of making him settle because when I want my trains, I want my trains. So.
So, Minister, when you walk into our depots, you probably have been to Volmartin, you've been to Salt River and all those. You see a very old type setup. We look forward to looking like this type of setup when we've modernized. Obviously, there are a couple of things that we still need to do that are not done here for servicing, but we want that capability and ability to service this within our depots. So this is our model when you look at it, and we'd like to get there.
Mungez is the chief. I won't forget you. You certify yes.
Yes. We don't have to. Yeah.
You are not looking.
Yeah.
Minister. Minister, Nangu Munge. No, this is my man. He wants to confirm. Yes. Yeah. This is the man.
I think that's, yeah.
We're done here. We're done.
Yeah, I want to smile and I know.
I know.
Yeah. It's a good trade. Your nervousness, I can.
No, there's only so much you can.
The quiet.
as much. So we have cut the plan into year by year. Okay. In order, because the infrastructure cost is high. So we have to try and space it out so that we are able to get income and of course go and repair. So it is not going as fast as we would all expect it to be, but obviously.
Yes, the minister is back.
Yeah,
you know, we always have time.
Yes.
We had a break.
Yeah.
I asked them questions.
Yes.
Okay, we can proceed.
No, that's good.
Okay.
So the readiness of that, we've gone to public talking about the 4 corridors that we've closed at the moment. We've closed them to repair the infrastructure. When we build from the ground up and recover, we're building with an eye and a vision to put this on. We do need a second leg that talks about modernization. This is modernized. Yes. So we need to ride it or rather operate it in a modernized environment, yes. Right? So signaling comes in. The pairway itself has got to be ready. If you look at the pairway right now, parts of it has been vandalized and parts of it, in certain cases, the rail itself, the quality has deteriorated. So if we were to take these new trains into that environment, we'll be subjecting that to hemorrhage, and we need to repair that over time. So the 4 corridors that we've closed, Premier, I'd like to take you at some point there to see the progress in the repair of the infrastructure.
How are you, my friend?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, what's your name? Ramara Titi. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
It's a good project. This is nice.
I did mention earlier on, that's what I was trying to mention earlier on.
then once we're done with that, we'll then open up for everybody to hop onto the train. The order, Sipo, Mr. Minister. Yeah. Okay. I'm told all the VIPs that were in the briefing room are the ones that are supposed to go through here. Yeah, Chairperson, the Mayor, MMP, Premier. I think they are well placed to take photos. The Premier, they're well placed. And once we're done there, then we'll then proceed, if we may. And the shareholders as well. DG.
You're handing over.
Yeah.
You're handing over now. He's now in charge of the program.
Okay.
The
Chairperson of PRASA.
Only the VIPs. Yeah. Stop. No. See you.
Are they doing that picture up now or?
Yeah, that's the first thing we'll start with. Okay. He's saying I must voice over. You want to do it? No, you can go ahead. Proceed, CEO. Minister, Premier, Executive Mayor, DG, Chairpersons, MMC, the moment has arrived. We present to you Istimela Bantu number 100. That's the code name. Minister, it is yours. Premier.
Can you see it? Or is it shiny, shiny?
Hoping to hear a lot more ululation when we get to this stage.
Yes, you did your time.
Thank you. Minister? We just paid. Yeah.
On this side,
Yeah.
people can then go
Now
inside
you can
the
take
train.
off. You can take off.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the principal are moving towards the front of the train, we request everyone to start moving into the train. So if you can do that. Okay. As you get inside the train, please, if you can move towards the back of the train, because there's a lot of people who must get in. Please, if you can do that.
Just coordinate these guys to come in and hold it.
Oh, okay, sure.
We just request the principals to stay put while everybody goes inside the train. Take more pictures. This train consists of 6 cars, and it can take the capacity of about 1,000 to 1,200 people. It's got aircon, heater, and it's also got the cameras inside it. It's quite an advanced train, and I'm told that while the train is still moving and it's on, the doors cannot open. But when the doors are open, the train cannot start. So we're dealing with quite a big here. Please, as you get inside the train, can you move towards the back of the train, please, so that we allow others to move in. Get in. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, can I just emphasize the front seats are reserved for the principals, so that's why we're asking you to move towards the back. Please, can we just reserve the front seat? Can somebody just coordinate that? Please, can you do that? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can I repeat, the first coach, can you please just leave it open? Can you move towards the back? The first coach, can you leave it open? Assembly, man. The cameras will come next.
So the ones sitting here, they must move back. All of them. Yes, please. The first coach.
Are they done? Can we have the cameras get into the train? Cameras, media, can you come? You are the next in line. Cecily ndi driver uminister. Thank you.
Now we will use the internal. Remember, the train has got its own internal. Can we get some space in the back? Can we get, how many people do we have in there? I don't know. How many people do we have in there, guys? Can we have as few people as possible? Can we have as few people as possible? The minister is in charge. The minister is in charge.
The minister is here.
Yeah.
Our drive.
Where's the thing about?
Okay.
Okay. Just to let you know that the minister is in charge.
Then you can exchange with the driver, the real driver.
Come in. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have settled.
Yeah, we're exchanging
in train number 100.
I'll call you back.
Buckle up. And get ready for the minister to take the train off.
What's your name? We are with Lindani, the pilot of train number 100. This is Fikile Mbalula, Minister of Transport. It's a great privilege for us to be on board of train number 100 from Gibela Danota Park. What do you want to say, Mr. Pilot?
I'm ready when you are.
We are ready.
We're ready to take the ride.
Okay, let's go. Can you take Bani Kamalago food?
Lindani.
Lindani. Bani.
Ngubani.
Ngubani. Mfana ka Ngubani. Uyabona ke manje sekukho isibongo la training. Manje bengoba Peter van Versal Vermeulen. Hier is Ngubani man kom. Meneer Ngubani. Ngubani uphethe la mfana ka Ngubani uphethe. Uyabona makagoduka. But nansi pilot ya matrain umfana wa mu drive abololiwe. Let's go.
The doors.
Yeah, let's move back.
Can you just confirm? Just check.
Okay. Can I have space? Check. Okay. Who's at the back?
I remember
somebody
there.
There's someone is.
Yeah, Mr. Ngubani.
And the cameras?
No, I can push it from there. The minister can see it.
Just check the cameras so the minister can see. Put the cameras, all right.
The first car.
Yeah, everybody's there. First car. Where's Premier? Oh, okay. I'm here. Yeah,
I can see you. Wena onganazinyo hlala phansi please. Siyacela mhlonipheki ukuthi wena onganamazinyo hlala phansi.
Okay.
Singavala, okay.
Siyavala manje. Ngubani is closing. Train number 100. Let me see you all say Gibela. Let me see you say Gibela. Phambili ngesitibela sabantu phambili.
Phambili.
Aye, ngibambile.
Okay.
So where's the router?
I was going to ask you, Minister, to do me a favor. The router is on your left, the right hand leg.
Yeah.
You just press the
again, Minister.
So when are we moving?
We're waiting just now
For a signal.
for a signal. Yes.
So this, you're going to close this door when we move?
No, the cockpit one now.
No, we don't necessarily have to. Are we ready? We can move.
All clear?
Okay. Can we get a hooter, please, Minister? Releasing our park brake. We are ready to go.
Ah! Let's look it down.
Yebo. Okay, sharp.
Electric. Hauna musim. Yeah?
There's
picking up a bit of
no
speed.
cooch.
So that other side is also a drive.
There's also a driver that side, yes.
You can see all the anarchy here. So you can see all the compartments.
You see all the compartments, you see what's happening.
So where do you press if you want to see?
If you want to see the footage that we
The compartments. Different compartments.
See, on the rail, when it tests that it's right there and it stops.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
it doesn't go on the rail.
That's the
So-
ERTMS function. So
Yeah.
Can you be ngobani from 20?
Yeah, I was at 30 the last time. So now I'm taking it to 60.
120.
Service brakes, don't go check. The check is too smooth.
Okay. It will be too fast.
Yeah, it will be too fast. We'll struggle to brake inside.
Yeah. So that's where we are going with 120. So this is the station.
This is the station.
A platform.
Okay. Can I just see? I need to pull it back a bit. Okay. Okay, let's open for everyone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have now arrived at David Makura platform.
Thank you very much, Minister. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Governor David I'm impressed. We're still alive.
Okay. Guys, are you able to cut through something?
Collecting payment. I'm collecting payment. It's Bitcoin CP.
You asked for a tripod, they don't want it.
works, and then we will then hand over to Columbus to close in terms of their partnership with Gibela that has seen us get to train set number 100.
Welcome, Minister. This is Columbus Stainless, biggest supplier of stainless steel or the mill in South Africa. So our train is be over 80% to 90%. So basically most of the steel comes from Columbus Stainless. The steel that we have on most of our sheet metal work part is 301 stainless steel. Special for this project, so Columbus rolled the steel specifically for this project. They had a lot of challenges with the rolling. We had so many developments in the initial stages. They will elaborate on that. But basically, each and every OEM that brings the parts, the different various parts that we see that are steel, basically buy from Columbus or make steel as a distributor. But most of the steel really does. Seeing all the steel, this is Columbus. So I'll hand over to Johan or Lerato to elaborate further.
Good afternoon. My name is Lerato Mashego. I'm representing Columbus Stainless. We are of stainless steel flat products, and we're based in Middelburg in Mpumalanga. So as Anita has alluded, basically we produce a variety of grades of stainless steel, but the 301 specifically was developed for Gibela and is applied in South Africa for Gibela. So basically that's how we want to introduce it. So the development work has taken many, many years, and we're still growing in terms of that. But we continue from strength to strength, and the future is just basically quite open in terms of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister and the dignitaries who are here today, I'd like you to follow me so that we can in front of the incubation stall. Yes. I'd like to welcome you all to our incubation corner. These are some of our incubatees. Before I hand over to them, I'd like to start by putting things into perspective so that you can appreciate where our incubation program comes in. When we signed the contract in 2013 with PRASA, it was not only about manufacturing and maintaining trains. It had a big element of economic development. And within that program, we have different initiatives. We have the BBBE Black Economic Empowerment. We also have our localization, which focuses on local components and local labor. And lastly, we have the railway-related skills development. So where does the incubation fit in? We have enterprise development as one of the elements of the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment. So to put that into effect, as the company, we then developed a strategy around the enterprise development, and it has 3 pillars. The first one is the incubation, and really the intention is to try and get suppliers to become financially and operationally independent. And in this regard, we partnered with CEDA as well as the Ekurhuleni municipality, who are actually using their facility. It's 10 kilometers away from here in Guatemala. Then obviously CEDA is our implementation partner. We have their CEO. When I'm done, I'll give over to her to say a few words. Then what we've done as the company, we've set aside 20 million rands, and so far we've invested or injected rather 5 million rands towards the incubator. And so far we have in the program about 65 SMMEs, and the registration took place after the setup in January 2021, and we've seen results already. So far they've created about 35 jobs, if I exclude the owners. And also when it comes to the demographics, we have companies that are Black women owned, representing about 46%. Then coming to the second aspect of our strategy, we give financial support to Black companies. And in this regard, we've established a fund to the value of 125 million rands. And so far, we've injected 70 million rands. We have beneficiaries. Some of the suppliers you even saw inside, they were SMMEs at some point, and they've grown over time. And the last element that I'd like to highlight talks to our internal teams. We have the supplier development team, which is a team with people with expertise that we deploy to go and support suppliers on all ranges. It would probably range from your EHS, your environment, health and safety, to give support in that aspect, as well as the quality. For us to deliver trains of good quality, we need to make sure that our suppliers are managing their quality management system. Without further ado, let me just hand over to Justine, the CEO of the Gibela Business Incubator, to walk us through.
Thank you, Dr. Buisa, Minister, the Premier, and Mayor of Ekurhuleni. I greet you all. My name is Justine, as Dr. Buisa has already said. I run the incubator in a township, Kwatema. We are a very small team of about 7 individuals, but we're doing wonders and we're very proud of that. So this is our second year. We started in April 2022 in the middle of level 5, lockdown. So nothing was happening, nothing was moving. But I'm glad to say that as they've already, we have supported 65 SMMEs, 65 jobs. Those SMMEs have, had a turnover of 3.5 million. So for a young organization like ourselves, we are very proud. And this is our second year, as I've said, and we have yet again clean audits 2 years in a row. So in us here, with SMMEs from here to go to the end, SMMEs that we are supporting. One of our young SMME that just joined us late last year has just awarded an award, a reward of a contract of about 4 million by Department of Communication to supply, computer and also maintenance and servicing. So we are very proud of him, and we want to see more of those happening. Thank you. I'll now hand over to one of our SMME who is dealing with the
My name is Innocentia Mamaila. What I do is I produce biodiesel from used cooking oil. We started in 2020. So last year I joined Gibela Incubation. We were not producing. So we started producing last year. We started producing last month for 5,000 liters. So we collect used wasted oil and we convert it into biodiesel for a running diesel construction equipment, farm equipment, mining equipment, and the generators. So we recently partnered with the University of Texas because we have a challenge of the facilities where we can produce more quantity of the biodiesel. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kabelo. My company is called Key Solutions. So basically what we're doing is we're creating solutions for every possible scenario that we can find. For instance, right now, we have been working on a e-platform for our harbor port, and we've 2 other companies that are working on this. One of the companies is basically doing infrastructure, and we are doing the software development. And the software that we are developing is trying to ease the congestion that is experienced at our harbor ports. We are even trying to get into the Department of Department of Home Affairs, where they can monitor and follow what is happening with the people that are getting into our countries. Using things like facial recognition and stuff like that, so that when somebody gets into the country, we know where they are, who they are, and why, and how long they are in this country. And Obviously, if they overstay their welcome, then officials will be notified. Your SARS officials, your Home Affairs officials will be notified in that way. And yeah, this is the project that we are currently working on right now, and we're planning on presenting it very soon to the government. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thanks, Minister, for the opportunity that they gave. My name is Tapelo Mufuke. I'm situated in Tutuza. I'm at the manufacturing company. Actually, I've started this year, around, it was February when I entered the Kibela incubator. We are manufacturing the fiberglass product. Anything that has to do with fiberglass, like we've already started manufacturing the path and also the, what you call, yeah, we've already started to manufacture the basic things. Like also we've done the covering of the machinery, the grass cutting machine that we also supply at the Tough Master here in Niger, and also few things that we are still working on. Hence I said we are still new in the field, and I'm also still shy. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Molweni, ndizawuthetha ke mna. Ndingu-Andile Kubheka. We are an IT company formulated in 2007. We basically deal with ICT, with Wi-Fi, networks, computer. So what we'd like to impart, especially with the minister, is that we're looking forward to having trains with Wi-Fi. Where you travel, wherever you go to, there's Wi-Fi. Because that's a value add for your customer. It will draw a lot of clients to you. So we're looking forward to that. And also you have two USB charging ports on your trains where I can just plug in my cable and then charge my phone. When I go to my destination, when it's load shedding at home, at least my battery is 100%. We're looking forward to have to share a lot of ideas with the minister as time goes. But hopefully this is a good initiative of the TS100. So we want to be part of that as well. Maybe TS101 will have a train with Wi-Fi.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to Realuhile Chemicals. My name is Mabule. What we do at Realuhile, we formulate and manufacture specialized industrial chemicals, from water treatments to human waste chemicals. Currently, we are in talks with the DTIC for the human waste chemical, because what it does is a lectrin chemical, so it turns human waste. You put it in a pit toilet, and then it turns it into a fertilizer, which is a big problem for our country, where children get to fall into the pit toilets and they die. So with this chemical, because it turns into a powder, so even if somebody falls into the pit toilet, then they don't die. It's not too much, not even gonna burn from the powder. And the beautiful thing about it with the chemical is that even if nobody comes and scoop it off, it actually integrates with the soil. So you don't have, which is another problem, when nobody comes and picks up the human waste and it just stays there, and it's not natural for human beings to be around such. So the other things that we do in our company, we have water treatments, we have paint strippers, we have medicated hand soaps, hand sanitizers, and most medical chemicals for disposing waste, medical waste. And we also, currently what we're doing, we formulating a chemical for puke. So what the chemical will be doing is that when someone has puked, you just throw the powder into the puke, and then it becomes a powder, and then you can just scoop it off instead of carrying the whole thing. Yes, that's what we do. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jimmy Stole. I'm the head and the founder of JZ Engineering, as you see here. Basically, what we do, we call ourselves future leaders of engineering industry. Reason why is because we believe in converting any type of steel material from mild steel, stainless steel, to a steel product, of course, if being provided with specifications or a drawing. So these are type of the work that we do. We do a general engineering, as well as fabrication. Also, we do supply locomotive parts. I'm happy to share with you that in the past 3-4 years, we were so happy to, for the first time, manufacture in South Africa for Transnet's Blue Train, where we supplied a corridor for the trains Transnet, where it went successful, where it was first manufactured in 1935. Yet in South Africa, for the first time, we were able to supply it in South Africa under JZ Engineering. We did that. So currently, we are supplying pharmaceutical, FCC on one of our products, to manufacture our capsules and other medical components as well. So we do very well in terms of manufacturing. For all your requirements in terms of, you can come to us and we are here to help you. So we are happy to share you what we do.
Are you doing 3D printing, some of them?
No, we don't do 3D printing, but we do CNC manufacturing. Yes. So of which it comes with challenges. However, we are happy to share whatever we are able to do with you under whatever the circumstances that you are facing.
JZ
Engineering and projects in Guatemala. Yes.
This is the last incubator, Minister. Thanks for visiting our incubation corner.
Thank you.
All the best. Thank you, JZ. Thank you. All the best.
about to play the national anthem. I will request the gentlemen to please take off your hats as we are about to observe the national anthem. DJ, please, when you are ready, can we start the program? DJ? We opted for you because some of us are vocally challenged. So if we were to start a song right now, we will have serious problems, Minister and Premier. Unless that's a new national anthem. We may all be seated. What an interesting song.
Just invite them, there's more seats to the left.
Okay. May I humbly invite the colleagues on the other side to please come on this side. I see some dignitaries and people are standing there. I'll put it here. There's more seats, Group C. There's more seats this side, unless you've been here. So we can all be seated. I see the Gibela execs. Guys, please sit here in front. Thank you so much. My name is Sipos Kosana. I will be your program director for this last part of this beautiful celebration. I would like to start by acknowledging all of our guests. I'll start acknowledging myself for being here, and I am happy that I am here. Just kidding. We will start by acknowledging the Honorable Minister of Transport, Mr. Fikile Mbalula. Please clap hands, comrade. We have the Premier of Gauteng, David Makura. We have the Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Councillor Tanya Campbell. We have the MMC of Roads and Transport in Ekurhuleni, Dr. Alco Ngobese. We have our chairperson of PRASA, Dr. Leonard Ramatlakane. We have chairperson of Gibela, Ms. Irene Chanley. We have the acting group CEO of PRASA, Mr. David Mpilu. He's there. We were competing about complexion earlier on, but I think I take the cup after this walk, leader. We have the Gibela CEO, Mr. Hector Danisa. No, clearly you've paid salaries, Mchana. Wait. That welcome is sure. We have our Gibela shareholders from Alstom and Ubumbano present. We have Mr. Bernard Pale from Alstom. Then we have our BEE partners. We have Me Mukhanyetsi Sitole, Ms. Sonia De Brain, Ms. Nwabi Santiane, and Mr. Maxwell Nyante. I would also like to greet all and acknowledge the senior government officials present here, other councillors who are present here, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani, good afternoon. So my name is still Sipos Kosana, it hasn't changed. I would like to start the program today by calling the executive mayor of Ekurhuleni, who will then come and welcome us in this beautiful area in Ekurhuleni. My apologies, it's been a long day. Executive mayor, please come forward.
To show them how to pronounce Ekurhuleni. Program Director, the Minister of Transport in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Fikile Mbalula, Premier of Gauteng, Honorable David Makura, the MEC of Roads and Transport in Gauteng, Honorable Jacob Mbabulu, who is not here today, members of the Mayoral Committee, specifically our Transport MMC, MMC Alco Nkabesi, which is an alderman in our council as well, fellow councillors, members of Parliament, the PRASA chairperson, PRASA group CEO, the Gibela chairperson, Gibela CEO, the Gibela chairperson. Sorry, I don't know which feedbacks we're getting from the mics. Senior government officials, all the chairpersons on the board, leaders of business and social society and civil society, members of the media, residents of Ekurhuleni, ladies and gentlemen, and then all the staff that are here today. Good morning to you all. It is a privilege for me to welcome you all in the city of Ekurhuleni on behalf of the multi-party coalition in our government. Moreover, I'm delighted to be here today to celebrate this wonderful milestone with you and the people of South Africa. Rail infrastructure has been under the public spotlight for multiple and negative reasons so far. Vandalism of infrastructure and the cable theft are actively sabotaged and can and has affected our economy and the development of our country. I'm glad that today we get to see the positive side of rail, the side where thousands of skilled South Africans have been hard at work at manufacturing trains, specifically here in our city of Ekurhuleni. As a multi-party coalition government, we believe that putting focus first on getting the basics right is the foundation to bring investment and jobs to our local economy and to all our residents within Ekurhuleni. Today's celebration is a prime example of how public-private partnerships aid in getting this done to grow the economy. The recent global disruptions to the transport sector and its effect on supply chains has brought renewed attention to rail freight across the globe. Railway transport was the only mode of transport that was not significantly affected by lockdowns during COVID-19. What is more exciting is that railways are a climate-smart and efficient way to move people and with freight. Railways promote the economy and the growth within the economy while cutting the greenhouse gas emissions. According to a study conducted by the International Energy Agency, on average, rail requires 12 times less energy and emits 7 to 11 times less greenhouse gases per passenger per kilometre that travelled than in private vehicles, making it one of the most efficient modes of motorised passenger transports available within our country. Rising incomes and populations in developing and emerging economies where cities are growing expeditiously are set to lead to strong demand for more efficient, faster and cleaner transportation. The phenomenon will drive demand growth within freight, where higher incomes have sharply increased demands for rapid delivery of higher value and lighter goods. We must continue to focus our efforts in driving sustainable means of transportation. Rail is no longer a transportation mode of the past, but is definitely a mode of transport for our future. What has excited me today was visiting this factory for the first time and seeing the young, up-and-coming leaders of our society that are doing skills transfers and that have learned so much skills through the development of this factory. And even more exciting is to see how many females are within this factory as well. Speaking as a female leader myself, this really lightens my heart and makes me very excited for the progress of our young ladies within our communities. We, as a multi-party coalition, are ready to support projects that will create sustainable jobs and promote the manufacturing within our city of Ekurhuleni. I wish the team all great success, and Minister, to all the other relevant stakeholders, congratulations once again for supporting us here in Ekurhuleni and making sure that such a wonderful development has taken place within our midst. Program Director, I thank you, and I wish everyone well within this factory. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Executive Mayor, for those kind words and for the welcome. So I just want to do one or two things for housekeeping. We do have lavatories this side. If anyone, because I mean, it's getting hot and people are consuming a lot of liquids. The lavatories are on this other side. And then there's also lavatories inside this particular building. And there's lavatories on the other side as well, if people want to go that side. But I think before I call upon the next speaker, it will be proper to also acknowledge the real VIPs of today, which is all of you, the employees of Gibela and of PRASA. Can you please clap hands for yourselves? We acknowledge you. This is happening because of each and every one of your contribution. So I am going to call now the chairperson of Gibela to give us an overview of this particular project. But I think, Chair, I would like to welcome you with a song by one of the most poetic artists. The song says, Namhla senzumlando, usuke lukhulu senzumlando. Please cue DJ the song. Because today we are indeed making history. It is a big day for Gibela. It's a big day for PRASA. It's a big day for the Department of Transport. We are making history. DJ, please, Senzumlando. I want to see the chair dancing a bit.
It's on now. Okay. I just wanted to reintroduce the Minister of Transport. He's known as, his first name is Mr. Fikile Mbalula. Then we have the Premier of Gauteng, Mr. David Makura. Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Honorable Campbell. The MMC for Transport Ekurhuleni, Honorable Ngubeze. Our PRASA Chairman, Mr. Leonard Ramatlakane. The PRASA Board, the PRASA CEO and Executive Management, the Gibela Shareholder Representative, Umbumbano and Alstom, led here by Ma'am Staff Sitole, and which is Umbumbano and Bernard Pele. I'd also like to welcome my fellow Gibela board members, dignitaries, but most of all, welcome to the PRASA and the Gibela employees. Welcome to the media and distinguished guests. Good afternoon. Today is indeed an occasion to celebrate. Today we are seeing the fruit of the careful long-term planning and policy framework done by the Department of Transport and PRASA. Gibela is privileged to have been given the mandate to produce 600 trains for PRASA, and this is so that millions of people have the comfort to travel from the township to their workplaces on a daily basis. Now, we're very, very privileged to have been given that. We'd like to also take this opportunity to thank the Department of Transport and PRASA, because today we are here because you've made it possible. Because today we are here to mark the milestone of train set 100. Although we have produced and paid, we've delivered 105 trains, but we're here to celebrate train set 100. So We know that these state-of-the-art passenger trains are just one element in the national rail policy, which aims to rebalance the transport industry in our country. So, Minister Fixit, Minister Mbalula, in your department's rail revitalization plan, which was put late, this is the white paper of March 2022. You make room for private sector investment and for rail transport and rail networks. So we at Gibela, along with many, many other private players, private sector players, we welcome it with open arms. Now, Gibela's mission, we mustn't forget, Gibela, our sole customer is PRASA. So our mission is to support PRASA in its mandate to elevate commuter rail as the transport mode of choice. And we are here to support the revitalization of the South African rail sector and to drive inclusive economic growth. So we have ongoing, as Gibela, we have ongoing obligation that we as Gibela take very, very serious. And we are happy to implement those. So what we have seen today, and many of the workers here, the employees have all contributed, each and every one of them have contributed to this factory that we see today. We've just walked, it's about a kilometer. I know it's exactly 4,000 steps from here all the way down there, all the way to the train set and back. This factory is 55,000 square meters. Did you hear that? 55,000 square meter of factory that's been built here. Every single day, we have about approximately 1,100 workers, 70% of them young people, coming from the surrounding areas who live here. They come and work here sometimes in 2 or in 3 shifts. They are engineers, they are tradespeople, we've seen them, and of them, 46% of them are women, and 70% of them are young people. Now that's what I call empowerment. Now, not only did PRASA have a requirement of Gibela when they gave Gibela the contract, or when Gibela won the contract, you didn't give it, we won the contract. When they won the contract, PRASA made sure that there are obligations to Gibela. Part of those obligations is to develop the local rail industry in South Africa. Firstly, they have to develop local suppliers. Remember, prior to Gibela, we never ever manufactured trains, passenger trains in South Africa. Never. This is the first. The first and the biggest factory. You won't find a factory like that anywhere else in the Southern Hemisphere. Now, PRASA said, we want to develop suppliers. The OEM that we have, bring the skills from Europe, develop the people in South Africa, local suppliers so that they can supply Gibela. Target was 65% must be local. 53% of what we've seen being manufactured here are coming from South African local suppliers, which is a major achievement, and we have seen this today, and we're very, very proud of that. This is what we call empowerment. That's number one. Number two, PRASA also said we want to develop the skills of the people who work here. And today, as we walk through the factory, I was so proud when the woman got up and said, I started here as a semi-skilled worker. I am now an artisan. I was trained in Brazil, I was trained in Europe, I was trained everywhere in the world, and now I've come back and I'm training my colleagues. Others got up, they said, I'm an electrical engineer. You know how proud we feel. So to date, as of today, Gibela has developed 9,100 skills employees over people who's come through, unemployed people, employed people. We've developed the skills of the people and we spend money on that. Number three, PRASA also said, we want you to incubate. We will develop local small businesses. And just looking, one woman, we've looked at the incubation out here. What people have done. Small businesses have taken some local woman, they're making small little things for the trains. This is what we call empowerment. Now, many times these things happen, but the good story are not being told. We have all the media here. This is a good news South African story which each and every one of us who are South African can be very, very proud of. We must spread the good news. This is something that has been made possible by two departments, by one department and one organization. The Department of Transport, number one, and PRASA. We are the supplier, we are the manufacturer, and we do it with pride. We're happy to do that. And I just wanted to share that with everyone because I'm really, really proud to make sure that we as Gibela and each and every one of you here today, you are each contributing to Gibela, making the lives of the millions of people in the township who have to travel, get up 4 o'clock in the morning, some get up 3 o'clock in the morning so that they can be at work by 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock. We will provide that public transport, which is the transport of rail transport, comfortable trains traveling at 120 kilometers per hour. And I understand it will have Wi-Fi in those trains. Then they will use it and integrate it with the road transport. This is what we are making possible. And by celebrating Train Set 100, I'm looking forward to celebrating Train Set 600, and then for PRASA to give us another 600 trains to manufacture. So that's what we are saying. So with all of that, thank you to everybody. And we are proud to launch. So you can stand up and you can all dance. Train Set 100.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. She's proud, and you can tell that she's extremely proud of the achievement. Hello? There we go. She's extremely proud of the achievement of Train Set 100. I'm going to try, colleagues, just to push the time a bit because I'm sure some of us are hungry. Minister requested that, keep the speeches limited and more dancing. So when we were launching Train Set 96, Minister, the employees were the ones doing the dancing. And one of the promises I made was that when we launching Train Set 100, we'll get the dignitaries to dance. So Every speaker, please prepare yourself that when you are coming here, you must just off the hook. You are still going to get your own opportunity to showcase your talents. But colleagues, let me now call our payer, the person who ensures that we have this beautiful facility. We continue to develop and to grow to ensure that all these fruits that we are talking about are realized. Allow me to call the chairperson of PRASA, who's going to give us his address, Ndate Leonard Ramatlakane. But even himself, Senzumlando, because we are making history today, Chair. So we want to see what was happening in the 80s and in the 60s. We want to see.
Program Director, the Honorable Minister Fikile Mbalula, Honorable the Premier of Gauteng, and David Makura, the Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Alderman. I heard you this morning that it must be said Alderman. Well, the MMC for Transport, Ekurhuleni and Tatengobese, and the chair of Kibela, and the board of Kibela, the board of PRASA that is here this morning, and all the executive, the acting group CEO, and the Kibela CEO. I have a long list of people I need to acknowledge, but with the instruction that we need to limit the speeches and get to the point, I will oblige. I'll simply say that all protocol observed for those that I have not mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking Minister of Transport for the support he continued to give PRASA and Kibela to ensure that the delivery of product expected out of this factory is achieved. Through this factory, we have observed, as the chair of Kibela has already indicated, and demonstrate the improvement of productivities and ramping up more of manufacturing of train from this factory in South Africa. The trains that we are building here in Nigel are aptly named People's Train to exact emphasize the principle that we do as PRASA, we do it for the people of South Africa. PRASA is on a rebuilding phase. Since the phase-in relaxation of COVID-19 regulations, we have embarked on an intensive rehabilitation of our infrastructure in order to recover services. We have rolled out infrastructure rehabilitation program across the regions. We are operating in all those regions except the Eastern Cape, where we have a shared service with Transnet infrastructure. Our rehabilitation effort focuses on the following aspect: the payway, signal and telecommunication, overhead traction equipment, OHTE, substations and stations. Through this rebuilding project, we are preparing to roll out a new train or People's Train in our corridors in South Africa. As you can remember that the metro rail is over 40 years already. It's going to be gradually retired as we bring in this people's train. In Gauteng, we are focusing on the three major corridors being Naledi, Johannesburg to Johannesburg, Pretoria, Karlsfontein, Pietersburg to Pretoria, and Ralla to Johannesburg. We're still having many other lines to recover in Gauteng. The prioritized corridors in this particular year we're speaking about. In the Western Cape, we have new trains deployed in 3 lines of the Western Cape, being Cape Town to Somerstown, Cape Town to Cape Flats. By the end of the month of this July where we are, we will be introducing the part of the Belbel Langa and KN to Nyanga in terms of the halfway house as a phase 1. Rehabilitation of our infrastructure in some part of Central Line, and as a major challenge is because it has an occupation, illegal occupation on it. And with the ministers assisting with other ministers, we are working hard to make sure that by December 2022, we have a service that gets to that particular place, Khayelitsha or Mitchell's Plain. Embedded in the rehabilitation of our infrastructure is deliberate to resolve and modernize. These trains we are seeing here today require modern infrastructure. Part of the modernization program is also about introducing up-to-date technology at our depots to ensure continuous maintenance of our rolling stock. This project is commonly referred to as a general overhaul, which is essential about planned maintenance of our trains and repair of wreck and accident-damaged trains. This is a quite intensive program. Where we have an infrastructure in place, we have already deployed the new trains or the Stimela Sabantu. In Gauteng, where the trains are operating in Mamelodi to Pretoria, as well as Salisbury Pretoria line. Mabopane is a complete rehabilitated line, and some elements of modernization is noticeable in it. The modernization component of the new trains and the infrastructure support a movement of trains has enabled the trains to move at a maximum speed of 120 per hour. About 52 trains have already passed this test. Honorable Minister, we want to assure you that the PRASA is hard at work. We appreciate the support and continue to receive from provinces and the cities, communities on all stakeholders where we are embarking on the rebuilding and recovery program. Together we will achieve the goal providing passenger rail to millions of people daily to alleviate the hardship of economic and especially working class currently experiencing. We call upon our communities, the public at large, to protect these assets. This asset belongs to you, the South African people. Without these trains, we cannot provide a service, reliable, safe, and not ever should we allow the level of distractions and this vandalism that has we seen in recent years. We want to thank you, and we want to say we are committed in making sure that we deliver on these programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate those kind words. I just want us to be a little bit interactive, right? Because I think if you're sitting and we are speaking, you might fall asleep. So when I say train set, you say 100. Do we have a deal? Train set? 100. Guys, are you hungry? So I think it's good that the next speakers will know that they are competing against hunger. But let's try and do this thing. Train set? 100. Train set? 100. Let me try this side. Nina Iman and Ghana. I just want to see who's hungrier than the other. Train set? 100. Train set? 100. They are suspicious this side. Let me hear this side. Train set? 100. Train set? 100. Yeah, I know it's clear who's the winner. Yeah. We can't fight this thing, comrade. But I think now we'd like to call upon the Premier of Gauteng, Dade David Makura. I think, as per tradition, that we want to see some dance moves. Please, DJ, Senzumlando. You are not going to escape this one, Premier.
Sanbonan ngale, sianbulisa, dumelang le kamona, Avshen, Ndimaseari, Lochani, Huyemerach. I have been here many times. Firstly, it's for the first time, Minister, we come together. Minister Fikile Mbalula, I want to thank you for inviting us to this very major milestone to come and mark a train set 100. The mayor of Ekurhuleni is coming here for the first time, visiting this factory for the first time. I want to, the chairperson, we have been here together. The chairperson of PRASA and the acting CEO of PRASA, not quite here together, but the chairperson of Gibela, we've been here together. And the shareholders, the CEO of Gibela, you have hosted us. We were here in March last year. Bernard, we were here in March last year. I guess the most important thing today is the fact that the minister is coming back. Minister, you've been here without us. We're just coming to fetch the trains. So my interest really today is that we want to see these trains operating in Gauteng. They are already operating. The people of Tshwane are already having a great public transport experience. That Mabopane line, earlier on I saw the driver of train 100 who says from Atteridgeville, the people are really having fun, people from Mamelodi. So we want to see these trains go to the other areas of Gauteng. Chairperson, you were talking about the Naledi line. I can tell you the line that goes up to Orange Farm, Vereeniging. They too say we see these trains. Earlier on, I met a driver on that line. It's all the way here. He says, we're waiting for the Istimela Sabantu. We're waiting for the people's train. I know when you come from Tswani, there's that line you come via Tembisa, Germiston into Park Station. Even there, the people in Tembisa are waiting for that line. In the far east from Springs, which is not far from where we are, the people are waiting for this train, Istimela Sabantu. And I want to join you today. I think today we celebrate a major milestone in public transport, modernization in our country. But we are also celebrating jobs. We are celebrating skills. Having been here a few times, I'm often amazed to see the number of young people who say, we have been trained in Brazil, we have been trained in Paris, we've been trained in India, we went to some of the best facilities where trains are built. And these young people come here, men and women, they say, we are now building trains in South Africa. And these trains are built by South Africans. We are also celebrating local content. We are rebuilding, we are reindustrializing, we are supporting the steel industry in our country, and at the back of that, other industries. So that's reindustrialization, that's modernization. But we are also empowering people, real people. Black business people are at the head of building this most beautiful train. You know, when you look at this train, if you take a picture of this train, those who see it just on pictures, there's nothing that can replace seeing it in real life. In real life, just look at it in real life. Take all the cameras and the pictures. Minister, look at the picture of transport. That picture cannot come close to the real train. And it's built by real people. It's built by real workers, young and old. So I want us to give. There are times we know so we complain about our country. Let's give ourselves as South Africans a big round of applause. We have done something great. This is built by South Africans. It's not just built for South Africa, for the continent. The greatest dream I have, Minister, is that we must use this factory to build trains not just for South Africa, to build trains for Africa. And make sure we have beautiful trains for Africa. Employ more and more people. Train more and more people. Get more artisans. Get more engineers who are building really, really beautiful trains for our continent. But we must protect them. It's my real last word is, we can't afford this beautiful train to be stripped. How heartbreaking can it be to see we rebuild our rail lines are stripped, and the criminals, we know them. They pack, look at those wheels. They get stripped, and then they get packed. There's no public transport system. Who's taking us back? So I want to come back for train 200. Minister, if you are busy somewhere else, just phone me and say, Premier, you can go there. I'll be there. I'll be there with the chairman. I'll be there with receive train 200. Thank you very much. You have done us so great. We're proud of you, but we need this train on the ground to be transporting people. We can't wait for this train. This is South Africa at its best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Premier. Even though you escaped the dancing, but I think we will deal with it later. So, before I call the main speaker, I think we need to show the minister, that we are really excited about today, that we are really, really happy to be here. So, Minister, you could see some of the speakers say the dancing is challenging. We'll start a dancing academy. But I'm going to call upon the acting group CEO. Oh, Minister is coming already. Oh, okay, I was going to call the acting group CEO, but because of time, he wants to do it, Minister of Transport. All right, Minister, you'll take over. Can I? The Minister is here. Please play Senzumland.
1, 2. Ayeye Kibela, ayeye. Ayeye Kibela, ayeye. Thank you very much. We are going to dance. Program director, you want people to dance, you can't even dance yourself. You have not introduced the people in the tent because they are going to say we have hired a crowd to come and sing for us. You were only rushing for us unimportant people who are known for blue light. And whenever they arrive in an event, even in a funeral, they've got a VIP seat. You want a VIP seat. So when we arrived here, somebody was trying that trick of VIP. And Utigela, Umkwat, who's working for Makura, said, yeah, leave that thing. So I like it. So who are you, Ntlek? Ningobani? You work here? Yeah? Why ni kulumela pants? Do you work here? Yes. You are not the rented crowd. You work here. So we are here to celebrate with you. But this is what, like David have said, the premier of the province, the opportunities our country has thrown at us, the value of democracy. And some can't feel it, remember. They are hit by fuel price. They don't have anything to eat, but you are hungry in this tent. And we are going to give you free food, even if we are paying you. But remember that there are others, as we gather like this, who don't have food, who don't have the opportunity you've got. And we are rising. We have been hampered by a number of things. Ubusela, corruption, among others. But our economic situation has not also improved for the better because of COVID. Today, when you say COVID, people say, no, forget about that, it never happened. COVID has messed us up. This factory started to take off 2018 effectively. President Ramaphosa was here. Some of you were not here. With Platin Zimand. You were here. We are born as one. And I'm happy about that. We had a vision. What we are going to do here. And we did deliver what we're supposed to deliver in terms of Kibela. And I'm very happy to be with you here today in terms of train number 100. Executive Mayor Alderman Tanya Campbell. It's not your fault that you've not been here. You are splinter nive. You are new from the box. And Ubabu Ngobowes, MMC of Transport, who's always with us whenever we do our duties here in Eguruleni. Chairperson of Prasa Board, Ubabu Ramatlakane. Chairperson of the Board of Kibela, Irene Chanley. Acting Director General Mwako Makaipeya, Ramakaipeya. a chief executive officer of Gibela, Mr. Hector Danisa, they say he look like me, as we pose in. I'm more handsome than you. Uyabona wena Hector upose ulahlekiswa njengezinwele zami. Ndizosifaka igo black egqitheka lena dramatlakani. Phela umsindo. Ndibe ngurazmataz. Today we celebrate a major milestone, indeed. Premier, you have said it and summarized it nicely for us. It's a major milestone. I talked to some of the media houses this morning, and I'm happy all of them are here. And I want to thank them for being here. This is not the Mbalula Durban July function. And I begged you to be here to cover the story, because when we do bad, storm drainage, your cameras are running there. But also give us a fair share as government. When we do something, especially the public broadcaster, all other media, I want to thank, come and put the story across for the people to make up their mind. It's not all mess. Yes, kuyanuka, but sifaki tuhum lento. It's not all hunky-dory, easy victories. It is nice. Everybody must understand they don't want to be criticized. It's not true. We have had 9 years of good and bad. 9 years of good and bad. These trains should have long been out there. They have not been there where we want them to be. Ndiyakwazi ke uyathanda uzifaka ekamereni xa uminister emini ngoba nawe ufuna uvela. Hey, mandike ndikwenza uminister ke mfundini. Our story has not been a good story, and that is why we said to our people, listen to us, we will change and will accelerate things. And that's why this programs is not a favor, are specifically targeting you. When we see women, when we see incubation, real incubation, there is a person here who's employed, who specializes, who's a doctor, not of theology, specializes, a doctor on small, medium, macro enterprise. Because our problem here, fundele ukuba a theologian, you make him to run trains. Akuthandazwa apa. Trains need an engineer. Namangzazi train. Laba bantu babelapha ndiyakudinga ngoku. The people who were here that we saw, they know their story. The young people, artisans. We get artisans from Philippines. We get artisans all over the globe. We don't develop our own. Today I walk in the floor of Gibela and I saw our young people saying, I started from the bottom, now I'm here. I started from the bottom, now I'm here. I was nothing when I came in, but I'm a full artisan. We're closing the gap. And that's the story of our nation that we must celebrate in these 100 years. When we see a tent full of you, that's our story. And we want more and more of such stories going forward. It doesn't mean that everything has been good. We could be even better if we all listened and followed the rules. But some among us don't follow the rules. And that is why we've got the challenge that we've got. This is a milestone. We want to take it to the African continent. The African continent agrees in terms of the African Union. At its National Assembly, January 2015, the National Assembly said South Africa must champion the manufacturing of rail rolling stock to support the deepened drive towards industrialization in the continent. So this thing we are doing of building trains is not going to end here in Duduza, in Guruleni. It's going deep in Africa. Job expansion and more creation of jobs and bringing more and more people into the economy is coming through this project. This is what is going to happen. So Hector must not prepare to retire. He must prepare to make it a point that Train 200, this place is not looked at as once has been. It must be growing bigger and better. I feel good when I come to celebrate. Not that I don't want to dance, and I didn't go to July, trust me. But, you know, there is so much filth around us and so many challenges. And it no longer feels good to dance. Even though some of us, you know, we long past the stages of idols, we are at another level in terms of dancing, you know. Siyamba nabo Black Coffee, Grammy Award winners. We are the best. Abotira baselana hayi. Uyabona siyamba nabo Uncle Waffles sinzima. Siyamba nabo Kabza the small ziyabuya. So Tina, we are at another level. But you know, we want to dance when we come and celebrate that we are making a mark in pushing this filth away. We can't do it alone. We're going to do it with you. And this project doesn't end here. It's going in the continent. And we don't have to work alone. We must work also, not PRASA alone, but with Transnet. That's how we are going to build the country, not with competition. Proper. Transnet must work with PRASA. Computer. For Transnet to succeed, we need them as PRASA because we are using their platform. For them to succeed, they need us. Yekanu computer state institutions, SOEs, ni computer nangobu sela who have stolen more. Must be arrested. That's why people don't believe us, because these crooks, some of them are not getting arrested. They are becoming more emboldened. But life doesn't change. You get more rich and rich, but ubanjiwe. Because he can afford a bail. You know my biggest threat ngobanjwa. Ukuthi ngizayafforda ngani lawyer madoda. Hey, laba bantu banemali man, their pockets are deep. They know how to defend themselves. But I want to tell them that their time has arrived. Their time has arrived. There is no free for all forever. And Ramaphosa said he will act on that. He will build state institutions so that people must not do as they wish. And that's where we are going as a government. This is the new dawn and the new era. And it might not be sinking and doing things in the pace we want them to have been done. But it must grind. And COVID has honestly done us not a favor, but a serious interruption. The manufacturing being undertaken, this factory is an integral part of our work. The board member of Gibela was saying to me today, as we were walking around, he said, Minister, we don't assemble here, we manufacture. You understand the difference? We don't assemble. You know, a person says, I'm having a computer. It's done here in South Africa in Midrand. It's not done here. It's from China. Where now what you are doing, you are just putting a puzzle together here. Runa, we are not doing that. We are manufacturing. Look from A to the last point. Look at the incubation products that we've got. Pumala in the township, not very far. Of course, the French, what they did, they gave us the skill and they own the patent right and everything. But we fought very hard to do everything here. We have our own factory. And as you read the story, there is transfer of skills. And they've not been selfish. They took us to Brazil. They took us to India in their different plans to train these young people. That's practical transfer of skill, not theory. Talking about Malala pipe, things that do not mix. Proper stuff. Here is an example. Ask anybody here. They move straight from the township to Brazil. How are you? Mina, at your age, I was in jail. Shame. Nina said, Brazil, artisan, sugar man. This thing is moving. And that's why we must never allow anyone to stop it. It must stop because the circumstances around us, we are not in control of them. Not because somebody is standing against us and we leave them. Those who are stopping this train must be guillotined. They must be dealt with decisively. And who are those? Those who even don't know. You know, when you come and steal here, what are you stealing here? Because we are trying to build an economy. Leave this thing to run. You can't do that. We are on a mission here. Safety is important. 600, it is 100. What delayed us? What delayed us is issues of capacity. What delayed us is 5 months. We're supposed to tell the people the truth. This 100 train was supposed to be delivered in 2020. This is one practical example. How COVID have interrupted us. We want to deliver. This is what this factory is supposed to deliver. 60 train sets per annum. And then we have increased the capacity inside. We have seen we're no longer producing 3 sets. We have doubled to at least 6 sets. And then it increased our capacity. We're deploying everywhere in the country. But you see, as we deploy, there are infrastructure challenges. And I've said to PRASA, on Thursday, I'm asking the media to join me to see the work we've done. State of PRASA. I've been asked 2 questions. What have you done with AG report, irregular expenditure? Leave Zondo report. We will answer that. You even yourself, you have to answer that. What have you done? Zondo is something here last week. Ribua, what have we done as the board? You know, if you are a board member under Mbalula, under this government, you just playing games, I'm watching you. Mina must go appear again before Zondo come again. Minister, where were you? I'm not going to allow that. Board member up and down, do your job. I don't have a problem. I tell people when I speak there that they have got the best board in PRASA. But no, so I say to him, focus on the job. And then do what you are supposed to do and deliver the results. That's all what I want. You won't see me. You won't see me even I will just be happy. And I go to the board and I tell them this. And They've been trying their level best, but I want them to be at 360 degrees. That's what I want them to do. But here in this country, from what we have learned, tolerating dubious, questionable characters is not assisting us. It's not assisting us as government. We must be decisive against those activities. Unless kutiwa labantu laba ngobani abezwa. They don't listen. Babu Zondo, you can criticize, take some. Namusho izinto engazithandi ngam kahle. I will deal with him nicely. But he has done a proper job, and you need to give it a good round of applause. Because if it was in other countries, this corruption was going to be under the carpet. Because we don't want to talk about evil things. But when you see evil things, even when you heal. You accept the bad and you move forward. You don't move on like as if you have never learned. And that's where we are. So we've got to deliver here. Coaches, I'm happy about the work. It's on track. You can see when you come to Gibela, there is fresh air. There is proper work. And I'm happy about that. And there is no reason now not to work overtime, Hector, and deliver. Is it, Hector? Yes. There is no reason why we can't now deliver. We must work overtime to cover. Ngoba yimina ukhipha imali mfondini. Namanje ndisalwa pha ku treasury no inogodongwana. About this Gibela, we are discussing with treasury. I was there 2 weeks back with treasury. Those people speak numbers. There is a woman there, they call, I won't call her by the name. Ubuzi mibuze ngapheli. So these people of treasury are not easing a mali. So when you see this money coming down here, uyazi ukuthi umbawizi uvelo ifuna le mali. Ngiyisayinele le mali Hector. It's not easy. Njengoba wena ufuna uyitya kamandi nje, mna ndiyayilwela le mali. And I'm happy when I come here and I see the result. Now we will have a supply park, and that is expansion. That is the money. And Treasury is amenable to that proposal. We have been supporting Gibela and all of that. In 15 years, we envisage that this will be a state-owned company, fully. But it's not. We are born Mariamba Gamnandi Ganjan. Aina state pagati, in a state, aina state. But yamba ne? Yamba Gamnandi Gibela. But in yamba Gamnandi. Ikibela yamba. Aimanga. You know state entities, you go there, they are run down, but there are people employed to look after them. Ikibela imile. It shows that there are people who are working here. Ikanganithatha nganise prasa niyofunga ukuthi labantu niyobabulala tonight. Uzibuze ukuthi i-train tracks zihamba njani kuku manager who's looking after them. Security, nobody dololo. The place is house to let. Prasa, house to let. Uramatlagani uyayibuyisa ngiyambona. And that's what I want to showcase. Because there at Prasa, they like to employ people, you know. Siyaqasha abantu nje. Kuthe umuntu ufundile uphume Oxford. Ngoba wena uphelele ukuthabela ugijima umqashi. Ngoba since watshelwa ukuthi Oxford kuhamba abantu abakhelekhele abantu abafunde kabi. Uyamqasha. IPrasa ifuna umuntu one-skill and management and a bulldog. Funa inja. Engazulaga na everybody awukho emsebenzini aye. IPrasa ifuna lonto apha ikhoyo. Ngangifisa omunye usisi ngabe sebenze ePrasa. Ay ngelishwa kwacaca ukuthi board ayimfuni. But if board is doing the right, I want to say this in public to them. Some of them are here. And I want to say to them again, you are doing a proper job. Just accelerate. Just accelerate. Some of you are young. We appointed you in that board. Sinibona nineminyaka. Anikakafiki naku 50. Don't mess up your careers. Just do the proper job. And ngiyanivula kuti ninyathele inyawo. Uyabona, when you do the right thing and driving the thing in the right direction, I won't come in. So we've got to move faster with the speed. And as I conclude, I could talk about the numbers, 124 billion projections of this project. It's not a project that is going to die tomorrow. We have a billion in wabalayo, 124. That's a lot of money. So this Kivela is not going to die tomorrow. It's not going to die. The story is on and on. We've got wonderful trains, train number 100. So I'm very happy, Premier, for gracing our occasion. And Mayor, your predecessors and yourself for pledging here today that you are going to give us more land, I hope, for free. So, and I like your policy that you will support about giving us support. I can tell you, last week I signed already. They brought these things about supply park, some money to buy land and all of that. I've signed. So this place is expanding. It's not stopping anywhere else. And Premier, I know you have been working very hard. You are one of our best premiers. Sometimes umoshwa nje kukusebenza nabantu abarongo nje, but wena as Makura, no ngwana Makura daramuri emetse hantle mo government. I can't cry about you. You are my comrade. I don't make you a favor. I don't care who says what, but you have represented us to the best of your ability. And you must walk tall and not look back, because that's what we want. That's what we want when we are deployed. The reason why our cadre policy is under attack, you hear some people talking cadre policy, ANC. Hey, they are catering in their backyard. They will never take a stranger and put it in a position. Leave it. But why we are on trial is because you are given a job and you sleep on the job. And when you sleep on the job, they leave you because you satisfy their patronage. They leave you because they see, they leave you because you've got something that is important. In my books of books, we must have a blind, approach when it comes to non-delivery. A CEO doesn't deliver. It doesn't matter how you came here by helicopter or backyard. You must go. Go. Yes. Because if it is women, you rush and you keep quiet when they are dismissed. But men, look at municipalities. Every day. The overall, look at me and all of that. But we have said some municipality, whether it's delivering there or not, but why can't all municipalities be like that? Even in the work we do in government, you are a CEO, you have signed a contract, you are not delivering on your objectives, we must support you. You are a CEO, you don't deliver. No, I had to kusini. Ubone lo muntu lo uyozela emsebenzini lo. Yimi umuntu oshaya i-door to door lapha umama kaSibongile athi yo baba uMbalula angazi nenzani. Uyazi amatrain akahambi Mbalula, akahambi uzala uzongicela ivote. Kutsha mina la itrain mangahambi. Ama-potholes axakile. Fanele ngiyovala. President have said that I must close the potholes. Now, In the next 2 weeks, there's going to be a massive campaign in this country like never been seen before. That we are going to unleash once Treasury agrees with anything that we want from them to close the potholes in the country. And the mayor was telling me here that Ineguruleni, she has started the program of closing potholes. We must close potholes. We can't have potholes where we are supposed to close them. Mayor, you have the budget. I'm happy you said to me you passed the budget. Close the potholes in Ineguruleni. Just close them. Close the potholes in Joburg. Just close them. Close the potholes everywhere in the country. Nelson Mandela, eThekwini. You know, you go there in the township, you see a big pothole there like it's a dam of fish. You know, and then the municipality can't close a pothole. Just have a program to close potholes, because the lifespan of a road, it cracks, it creates potholes. Floods, when they come, climate change is not your problem. They create potholes. Just close potholes. I'll support you. I do have the money, but the money I have is the money for national roads. Look at the national roads. They are speak and span. You drive with your girlfriend, your wife, your everything to Durban, July, back and forth, no problem. I'm now fixing the N3. Uhamba nomntu wakho uthi ngawuqhube dali. Siyaphi eThekwini or Riapulukwane. Liapulukwane ibile mo ekuruleni mo every weekend. Iri lo ba bona ko mahae. O tsama mo tseleng ele lokiswang ke Mbalula ele ke yona ele wa bona ya lelemela. E senyega fela ha e kena mo R51. O kopana le di pothole. So President have said we must do that, but it's not in the legislation. We are intervening because we are not focused on that task. But we must close potholes, and that is what is important. I wish to thank everybody. I know there will be a person who wants to thank, but I want to thank you. I want to thank the media for this story, but I want to thank Gibela. Honestly, when I conclude, I want to thank you for keeping this company here. I know you've got challenges. You complained when I arrived. They gave you a raw deal as BE, Ubambano, Alstom. I'm addressing that because BE is our policy. And I will implement it and I'll fight with people after. But let me praise you and Alstom. You have done and run a tight machine here. With Hector in his small trousers, he's doing a proper job. I don't have complaints about that man. And that's why they say you look like me, because I deliver. So Hector, you and your management, you are doing a proper job. Don't second guess me. You know there are people who will say, Minister uti. Ungayenzi lonto. Pick up a phone, uthethe no minister. State capture city, don't second guess. You are doing a proper job with your team and your board here. Umamu Irene Chanley, she looks very young today. But you are doing a proper job with your board. In any environment, there is no environment that does not have challenges. But the most important is that you have been constituted as a board to deliver the product. And the product is there, we can see. Other people, they've been given tasks like this, but we don't see the product. It is gone. Some of them are arrested. Umdaki imali ka government to organize a concert, ingafiki concert but imali iphele. Adli imali ka hulment. Government money is gone. Kuthiwe kuzwa uBeyonce. By the way, bacabanga mina ngithanda uBeyonce. Yo, angithanda uBeyonce mina. Thando Uncle Waffles. Abantu banikwa imali kuthiwa no nazi artist. Bayidle imali iphele phu. No delivery of a concert. That's corruption. So we want a product with all its imperfection. We can see it here today. We are celebrating it. That's proper. So I want to thank you for your job and what you are doing. And I want to bless the board of PRASA, not in the context of the man of the cloth, but I want to bless you to continue to do a good job. We've got a mammoth of task. PRASA is not a normal place. And I know you are doing a good job. I know, trust me, you are doing a good job. There are people I praised when I arrived here, kanti dithande isilungu. Umsebenzi awukho. Ithe ngibona nje abantu bekhuluma iEnglish kamnandi ngama phambi kwepresident, this is the best of the best. And hey, ithe mangibona ngathi no mani moefanfair le. Ayikho lento. And ngiyibona sendingene kangaka ukuthi ayikho lideni ngihlangane nayo ngeload shedding le. Ayikho lideni. Ngayibona ukuthi ayikho. Vele ngayibona ayikho lento le. The real stuff, Makoya, Masize. We've been given an opportunity. Decisions must be taken. And on Thursday, I'm going to be on the ground. You can join me, Premier, but you are busy. I'm going to start to show you the work we are doing to rebuild. We have said this year, as I conclude now, we're going to have 10 corridors to the president. We are already way above that. And I'm certain I put my head on the block. If these corridors are ziko by end of the year, November, it's either ndim or kuzawulahleka indoda or umfazi. Uyangizwa David, it's either me or you or your board. And we need to do things as bonagalayo. Siyaki theory ngapheli. So said that task team dara. Next task team asihlangani. And ngokuseku is abaxoki ku Zoom man. Yo. Umuntu uhleli nawe ku meeting kanti uhleli eDurban kwa Max. Ziyaduma ziyamporoma. Akakuzwa nobuthini. When you meet him in real life, you say, you know that point I was raising that day. Uthi kanene kuphi? Ngoba ubedakiwe poop drunk. I conclude by saying, let everybody come back to work. Masibuyele nemsebenzini bakithi. Masiyeni, mina lapha transport, I'm signing a letter. All civil servants back to the grind. Sikhathele nguZoom manje. All the best and long live Gibela. And let's make this country a better country to live in. Working together, we can do more. Mazishe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister. It's not like I can't dance. I can. It's just that, you know, now I'm program directing, so I must let other people to shine. That was a very powerful keynote address. We're going to move into the next part of our agenda. May I request the guys to just come and move some of the things on the stage, where we are going to be handing over some certificates. So if I can be assisted. I think while the guys are trying to move the things here, what I wanted to do, Minister, I wanted to call the acting group CEO and the CEO of Gibela to come and dance for us, to show us the excitement for this particular train set. DJ, can you please play the song while they are removing things on the stage? Gentlemen, please come and demonstrate the power of the partnership that we are having here for Train Set 100. Train set! Train set! I've tried. David, please don't go. I've tried, but it's really not working. May I now humbly request all the speakers to please come on stage as we are about to hand over the certificates. You can play again, DJ, as they are coming through.
Ay, alala, I see you, bemazi phansi, qimbi, sibewanza, sibe sabi, sebafuna manje. Ay, alala, I see you, bemazi phansi, qimbi, sibewanza, sibaphinde ngenamba badelela
Busisiwe, can you please join us in front? So we're going to start recognizing the unions, both from PRASA and Gibela. So I'm going to start with PRASA in no particular order. Can I please have UNTU, Mr. Michael Mashige. He is receiving the certificate on behalf of the employees in the contribution of the 100 train set. Sir, please come through and receive your certificate. Can you please be followed by Mr. Lindelani Sikidane from Satao, also receiving on behalf of the employees. This is actually the minister's token to each and every one of you, the employees of PRASA and Gibela. Can I also ask Mr. Agent Ngobeni from UNTU? Okay, but I think they will share the certificate. Can I now call from Gibela, the UNTU representative, to please join on stage. Unfortunately, I don't have the names. My apologies. That they come on stage. Mr. Nzuza. He is from Daipusa. That is the name of the union. Can I also then call Mr. Ricardo from NUMSA to join us on stage? Can I have Nyeleti from NTM to also join us on stage? This is really the appreciation to each and every one of you for the contribution that you have made today. Do we have a representative of NUMSA from PRASA? We've missed the name. Oh, he's not here. So these are all the recipients from labor. Is he coming? Are they doing the photo shoot? Okay, that's it. We will now call upon the chairman. Oh, she's already on stage of Gibela. Chairman, this is a token of appreciation from the minister on the wonderful work that you had done to date. And then also to the chairperson of PRASA, here is your token of appreciation from the minister in recognition of the contribution for the 100 train sets. So now I would request yourself, Minister, and the Premier to just come and sign this huge certificate that will be left here. Executive Mayor, please join, and MMC, please join the signing of this certificate. Now we are having the Premier of Gauteng signing. We now having the Executive Mayor signing as well of Ekurhuleni. Now we have Ntate Ngobeni, who is signing now, MEC of Transport and Safety in Ekurhuleni. Can I maybe request the shareholders to just come for a photo opportunity? Minister, if you don't mind. Sorry? No. For the big certificate. Next to the big certificate, please. Bernard and the shareholders just to take a picture next to this certificate. These are the shareholders of Gibela. Recognizing yourselves for the great work that you've done. So I think I need to be in the picture as well. Yeah. Train set. Train set. Train set. All right. I would now like to call upon our last speaker for the formalities to come and give us a vote of thanks. The MMC of Transport in Ekurhuleni, Tate Ngobeni. Please play some music for...
Thank you so much, Program Director. I was told that I've got only 30 seconds. Yeah, I see you agree. The Honorable Minister of Transport, Mr. Fikile Mbalula, the Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Mr. David Makura, the Executive Mayor of the City of Ekurhuleni, Alderwoman Tanya Campbell, the Chairperson of both PRASA and Gibela, together with their CEOs, the shareholders present here, the organizers of this important event, and importantly, the employees who are here today. To all of you, Honorable Minister and honorable employees of this particular company, well done, and we are very proud. As the City of Ekurhuleni, we are proud of you. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mabung Gomez. That concludes the formal part of our program today. I just have one or two announcements to make. Media, I believe if you want to do one-on-one interviews, I said we will set up for you at the back of this particular banner. And then there are food stations this side where we are going to be receiving some food. There's food station that side. I think the protocol team will assist me because we have about 3 different stations where people will go and eat and have a good time there. Train set? Train set? Yeah, no, the energy is gone. It's completely gone. But can I please do this? Can I get Aboma Chaivane, 1 from Kibela, 1 from Prasa, who can really come here on stage and show how it's really done? 2, 1 from Prasa, 1 from Kibela. The dignitaries, please lead them. No, I tried. I really tried. I really tried.